also explain to. I'm trying to simplify it.
Let
It's a
me see
product
if I
of
can
using the celestial sphere.
let me see if I can steelman his position and his argument. Are you saying then that stellarium does not give the true geometric angle to the peak when used
Nope.
according to the celestial theodolite? You're not saying that? So it does give the true angle.
With respect to 50 or 60 nautical miles, 15 degrees per hour, it's set at that rate, plus lattice variance. That's where it's predicted to be. Now, at the end of that arc length, that's all there is. There's just this distance between the observer and the peak on the ground and in the sky. We can derive this same offset difference from just the position in the sky. The difference here is an artifact of the ground not being flat. So this would still be the same relationship because the celestial sphere is still based on 60 nautical miles per degree, like that angular relationship. As we were going over earlier, someone said that the radius of the celestial, I think it was Ruhif actually, that said that the radius of the celestial sphere was set to 6,031 or 6,371,000 meters or whatever, the radius of Earth, which would, that's how they could make the celestial and terrestrial sphere 1-to-1. So in doing that,
Exactly.
from geocentric to topic centric, the whole model is based on that. So if the Earth is flat and we're using occlusions based on that system to reference, where the star should be at, you're going to get these you're going to get these
You're gonna get an error.
differences. So actually, to answer your question, you're right. I did kind of misspeak. To answer your question, the relative to the observer, the star's true position at that time is whatever the rise over run to the peak is, because that's the only, like, that arc length there. If you were to do a complementary angle and figure out, like, the reverse of it, there's no other drop or distance that the star could move. It already got occluded. So it's like to complete a circle and to have it, come back into the same spot in the night or whatever, to get that relationship, it can't be different. So we're still going to have the same offset based on that relationship of the coordinate system.
Alan, could you pull up
And
that diagram? Oh, sorry.
yeah, so to answer your question, stellarium reports where the star should be for an observer based on 60 nautical miles per degree, 15 degrees per hour. And what the occlusions show is that the star's true position is not actually at that location relative to the observer. Otherwise, the occlusion would have happened earlier because the Earth would be a globe and that mountain would be lower as well.
So let's say I'm a flat earther and I'm going to use the celestial theodolite and I see a mountain. I'm going to climb it and I want to know, how much food I need to take. Okay. I need to know how high the mountain is. I occlude a star. I put stellarium on the peak. I turn off atmosphere. I read the star angle. I put that angle into tangent. I multiply it times the distance. In the case of North Peak, I will be off by 1,800 feet, right? In 1795 or something. Feet.
Yes.
So what caused that? Is there another step I need to do as a flat earther? Remember, I don't believe in the globe for this discussion. I'm a flat earther. I'm just using the method, and I need to know how to make it work. Obviously, there's plus or minus 10 or 20 or 30 meters of error, but not 517. What do I need to do to actually get the true height of the mountain that's not exaggerated by 1,800 feet?
Well, if you only had the distance between you and the peak and the reference point of the occlusion following the 60 nautical miles, you're going to be off of that based on that. It's going to produce the same amount.
Yeah, we're not trying to
That's
figure
where
out the height of the mountain, though.
that's where it's referencing the star's true position. If you did the same thing For a globe at the time of occlusion, you would end up from observer location, you would end up being off by 885 meters. So, and then like I said, the difference between that, if you add these two together, it ends up being the 1341, which is the drop over distance to half central angle, that gamma relationship, or I'm sorry, that half gamma relationship we keep talking about, which is
Well,
represented by, excuse me, the celestial sphere, as we derive the central angle and half central angle here from just the positions in the sky, and then also the position, the gamma and half gamma from using the distance over Earth's radius times, converting into decimal degrees. So same exact issue is going to be present regardless of the shape of the Earth, but the shape of the Earth is going to dictate how much we're off by on these measurements.
no,
So if the Earth were, it's exactly that, and I've
I'm
shown
trying to
that earlier.
respond. I stopped because you kept talking. It was not the end of my sentence.
Go ahead.
So no, the globe or me would use a surveyor's theodolite, and I can peg that mountain within 10 feet. Okay, that's not a problem. But I'm talking about the flat earther me using the celestial theodolite. It looks like in the case of North Peak, it did not get the method did not give the true angle to the mountain, and there's no known reason why. Is that the current state of
Point of
things?
the method, dude.
No, dude, I can't stand when I explain the reason why it's off, and then you turn around and say, so there's no reason why. Like, so this is one of the last times I'm going to repeat myself and also interact with you. So, enjoy. Um,
Thank you, by the way.
the distance to the peak is off because it's following a celestial sphere model. So it's putting the star's true position at a certain location at a certain time, regardless of whether or not the star's true position is actually at that location. And that's what's in contention. When you say, "Hey, I can whip out my theodolite and clock the globe measurement," that's internally consistent and referencing the globe to itself and comparing the globe to itself. What we're doing here is looking at geometric intersections and seeing which model predicts the cause of the occlusion, the actual alignment of the occlusion, for one. Now, the shared air reference that you're keep referencing and keep trying to make about as if there's no answer, even though I've answered it multiple times. So we're sharing the same arc length over the celestial sphere. So it's going to produce this offset. That is, that's what causes it. So to say, hey, if I need to climb a mountain and I need to know how high it is based off of the angular relationship, well, you can get an estimate off of it, right? But it's not going to be exact, but it's going to be closer than what the globe predicts for geometric alignment to the peak at the time of occlusion. So that's all I really have to say about that is, and I showed the math. We went over that earlier tonight. The document is available if you want to go over it and, critique it or tell someone or whatever. That would be, you do you. But the angles relationship of the arc length are derived from positions in the sky and then can be used to derive the physical elevations for the globe and for flat earth by taking the differences of them. So uh,
It shouldn't be a
that's it.
relationship at all.
Oh, let me.
The relationship should be reversed. Now go
Yeah,
ahead and say
exactly.
whatever you're going to say, and just know that this was the last time that I'm going to say it. We share the same celestial sphere model, so the same arc length gamma relationship of how much it's off is going to be present in the terrestrial measurement, as shared by how much the globe is off geometrically. Go ahead.
Well, and let me say two things actually. One is thank you very much for talking with me. I do appreciate it. But my point is, do I understand correctly then that the reason Stellarium didn't give the angle that matched the mountain within the margin of timing and distance uncertainty is because of spherical assumptions built into Stellarium?
Yes, the linear relationship that we were talking about earlier with the stars moving at 60
60
nautical miles per degree
degree.
relative to the observer. At the horizon, they're lingering. I can put up a graph real quick and put it and show you. So like if you plot out the true positions, oops, 1 second. If you plot out the true positions at the time of occlusion versus the celestial sphere, you'll see the lingering difference that's happening, and that difference, oops, isn't accounted for in the in Stellarium because it's they assume a sphere and all that. So
You assume ball. Yeah.
yeah, so it's all so perfect celestial sphere right here. I'll put the image too in in chat. 1 second. Here it is. Okay, so anyway, so perfect celestial sphere line here, following the 60 nautical mile per degree relationship, and then the star occlusions, true positions, like how they're deviating as they get lower. So, in other words, like this lingering factor is is causing that offset, which gives us this relationship here, because they're not following what the model actually predicts.
Yeah, the distance is crazy. That's why. Look at the distance, Jesse.
Thank you,
Well, the
Alan.
distance is
I can,
yeah. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
can dig that.
Oh,
I can understand that. The idea that the that you're saying that the error, the 1800 feet, is caused by stellarium giving non-true angles based on built-in globe assumptions in stellarium.
yeah, it's close, but this is what the air, regardless of the shape, is going to be this, unless the Earth was actually a globe. Then your alignments would be different, and then maybe if your refraction hypothesis was substantiated, there would be more of a relationship between how much the gamma factor changes between us two. But
That's
it
why
So,
they
never
had to
seems to
do.
be. Oh, go ahead.
So that's why they had to do empirical curve fits for astronomical refraction in order to account for this difference, because this difference is known about, but it doesn't follow any general physical assumptions, right? So they just had to quantify it and then plot it, essentially.
Yeah.
so with
Piezo?
I
this,
will. I will be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
All right. Piezo, you're in. Tag. Ding.
hey, Piezo, how's it going?
I'm actually eating dinner right now. I just thought I'd throw that in there. What's up, man?
Oh yeah, good to hear from you.
Well, he's not able to change his screen, Jesse, but I want you to understand something real quick about the arc length. So do you see where it shows star peak true, C11?
Yes,
Okay.
58 4.8.
Mm-hmm. That's the actual occlusion. So at that time, boom,
But
right?
that's not the true angle to the mountain peak. That's 1800 feet off from above the true mountain peak, right?
The true mountain peak is going to be 40. No, so the rise over run with the distance and the height is 44 arc minutes.
Okay, yeah. So that makes it 13 and a half arc minutes above the predicted angle.
Right. And what we just went over is that we share a arc length, right? So the rise over run, that distance gives us an arc length in the sky as well. And the air that we share at the time of occlusion is going to be based on that. So the star in reality was at 44 arc minutes. So that's the
58.
time of occlusion. That's the end of the arc length. There's only two things at the end of this arc length, or two possible things at the end of the arc length. One is the mountain with a rise over run of 44 arc minutes. The other is a mountain peak with rise minus, or what is it? Rise over run minus globe drop over the arc length or whatever. And that gives 35. So, or no, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
9.
You misspoke. Yeah.
Yeah,
54,
9.
58 for.
Yeah. So that gives them a geometric 9, which means that their alignment would have been, at 210314. And our alignment would be at 211138. Now, all we have is this arc length and the sky. Now, it's not 27, or we're on North Peak. It's not, what's the arc length here? It's a degree, I think.
Right there, 110, 110.31.
No, it's, 110.31. So the arc length is 110.31 in both scenarios, because we're using the same celestial sphere model. So that's where this air comes from at the time of occlusion, because over this arc length, right, this is the only distance it could be. It's not 1 degree 11 arc minutes. It's not 1 degree 9 arc minutes. It's the arc length. And this is what is dictating that intersection difference. So to understand why it's different in creating the air, but still gets occluded, that would be because the stars are not following the conceptual model of the globe. That's what my understanding has come to.
Okay,
because
so
because the arc length relative to the observer was dropped in the sky. So the globe had a chance to hit it at this time, and it got hit at the end of that same arc length, but just at
so
an earlier time. Go ahead.
so would you say that this built-in globe assumptions in Stellarium is also why, say, the Varley and the Blinn Mountain stuff does what it does, gave the results it did?
It's proportional across every single measurement. We
Every
share
Okay.
single star.
that same arc in the sky is separated by the true position at observer location and true position at occluding object location. Same exact arc length. If you look at this here in this new goose section that I just added, you'll see the half gamma, or you'll see gamma derived from the distance or angular positions of the stars at those locations, and then half of that is obviously the half of the arc length, and then deriving it the traditional way using central angle theorem.
And
So, and they produce the same value.
And there's two determining factors, or controlling factors, I should say, that affect this phenomenon. One is how low to the horizon, how close to the horizon the star is, and the other is how far away along the ground the mountain is proportional to that angle to the horizon. So, if you wanted to maximize this effect to create the most deviation physically possible, what you would do is you would find some place where you've got like, you know, 100 miles or something, or 200 miles, some absurd distance away from a mountain in like a really
We're
flat
going to
place.
Alaska and doing Mount Denali. So
I
that,
can't
Yeah, and
wait
then
for
and then
that
a
one.
would be
and then a
the
mount
dream.
and then a mountain that's like, half of a degree above the horizon or something.
Mount Denali is going to be higher than Everest. I'm telling you, that's what we're going to find out.
That would be, I mean, but as I explained though, the reason as to why is because the celestial sphere isn't matching the ground. And
It's
that
just a
same
concept.
and that same relationship, like that gamma half gamma relationship, is true regardless, because it's just geometry. It either exists as curvature in the sky or curvature in the sky but caused by curvature on the ground. And if these measurements were if curvature were caused by the ground, then these measurements would all be reversed.
I think maybe you've answered another one of my long-standing questions. I asked, previously, if it's true that at the moment of occlusion, the observer, mountain peak, and star are in a geometrically, conjunction, straight line with each other, wouldn't the slope of that line be the same over the entire length on a flat Earth? So it wouldn't matter where you put stellarium. But you're saying that stellarium, it does matter where you put stellarium because it fudges the angle of that line because of its globe assumptions.
It's not that it's fudging it, right? It's just maintaining a consistent ratio, scaling like symmetrically around the whole circle. And
Right.
so, if you, for example, start at the position of the occluding object, that's the way that you force the line, because we're assuming that the physical mountain, like using that location, right? We're assuming that we know that that's like a physical anchor point that's more true than the arc in the sky that we're trying to compare it to. So, like, a stellarium is doing this arc in the
Great
sky
way to
thing,
say it.
15 degrees per hour, 60 nautical miles per degree. And that's an assumption laid on top of it. But like the mountain, we're anchoring to that as like physically real no matter what. And so if we use that and then force the line comparing it to the mountain, that's how we're measuring the deviation.
That was a
So,
great scenario or summary, bro. That was awesome. Exactly.
so if
Go
there
ahead,
were,
Jesse.
thanks, if there were two mountain peaks, one 50 miles away and one 100 miles away, and the one twice as far was high enough that they like one occluded, like they both occluded basically at the same time. Maybe one's a little bit to the left and one's a little bit to the right, so they could actually both occlude a star like at the same time. Imagine two stars coming down, same altitude angle for the two stars, and one occludes on the near mountain at the exact same time the one occludes on the far mountain. Stellarium on those two mountains would give two different angles, right? They both
Yeah.
can't. They can't both be
You so
a
we
true
wouldn't
angle.
reference We wouldn't reference both mountains for the same star. We would reference each mountain individually. And then in the scenario where, because like the way that the question was first presented was where they're like in alignment where, optically the lower mountain just happens to be at the same elevation as the further one or whatever. And I would
The same
reject that.
geometric, yeah.
Yeah, I would reject that measurement because we're supposed to be like able to see the object actually doing the occlusion. Although mathematically, if you referenced it, from the proper locations, I'm sure it would work out still or whatever.
But
Yeah, what she said the first time, Alan. The
You,
first time,
but
that
you,
was
but
the answer.
yeah.
but what I'm trying to bring to light is that stellarium in two different locations would give different true altitude angles to the same star if it was like on those two different mountain peaks.
Well,
They're two different distances, of course.
two different mountains, two different stars, two different distances, two
And
different angles.
and so you're saying basically that the only one of those is correct, right? They
No,
can't both be correct.
they would each be individually correct for the
Yeah,
individual
they would
star.
both be individually correct. I don't know
Oh,
what you're.
that's right. Okay. So
Yeah.
basically
All right.
the altitude angle indicated by stellarium is not actually the true angle, except at certain distance and elevation combinations.
Well,
Well,
it's
at
the
certain zenith distances, rather, there's not much difference between the true position and the apparent position. But as we found that, even at 10 degrees, there's a deviation in the celestial sphere here that's happening that's, greater than what the globe would predict, starting even at 10 degrees, where they say, like, I think it's like, what is it, sub 10 degrees is where they start to cut off for using stars for cell nav or whatever, I think. But, the relationship here of their true positions, it's a conceptual model. If you reference it internally, with respect to itself, it's going to give you the correct positions. But based on these occlusions, that's why we're getting these offsets at the end of the same arc length, but at a different elevation than what the globe would predict.
What's also interesting is if, like, before this was ever done, if you'll remember, Alan, that one presentation Shane did where he did the dig on optics and optical compression and the non-linearity versus linearity of like our personal sphere of vision. There's a curve. There's a chart on there that shows a curve where the regions of like the angular distance, or sorry, the angle to the horizon or angle relative to the observer of whatever we're looking at, how stuff appears to move and go down to the horizon from 90 down to 0. It's not a straight line, it is a curve, and the middle section on that curve is linear, and then towards the ends, there's slight deviations. And
Exactly.
uh, and
Massive
that,
deviations.
yeah,
It
yeah,
goes
it gets,
asymptotic.
yeah, it gets really, well, yeah, when it gets to 0, it goes crazy. But yeah, that same curve appears to match what we're measuring here with the celestial theodolite. So it's like, if that's happening with stars, the thing is though, is like if that's happening with actual stars, because the thing about stars is it's cool compared to like airplanes and stuff. Is you're that airplane's going to disappear. The star, we can see that star. We what the globe assumes to be like infinitely far away or close enough to be treated as infinite, even though it's like bajillion light years or whatever, right? So when we see that getting really, really, really far out, it's simply going down. If it's supposed to be going behind a geometric curve, because that's the only thing that would block our line of sight, right? Because it's like in a distant galaxy or whatever. When it continues to appear as it compresses into the horizon and continues to appear and doesn't match what it's supposed to do, that indicates that the effect that is causing that curve is the same effect that's causing the disappearance. Right, because if it was a physical disappearance, then it would be an ideal sphere and it would be a straight line. It would be a constant slope across that chart. But if it's an optical compression effect or an effect of geometric optics, then we would assume that curve in Shane's presentation, and we would assume that the stars would follow that curve, and that's actually what they do when we measure it. So even the disappearance of these stars can't be due to them going below the ground, or else they would follow exactly 60 nautical mile per degree relationship everywhere.
Dude, at North
Oh,
Peak,
well said.
the star's geometric position is actually 12 arc minutes below the celestial horizon, meaning it's 12 arc minutes below the equator, but it's coming up all the way over the, you know, over all that curve at 2 degrees to or no, sub 1 degree actually. So
I
it's
feel
just like
like
however much we're like, if there was no mountain here and you continue to see the star descend, everyone would be happy to say like, oh, there's this much
That much
actual
refraction.
refraction
Lift
doing
it back
it.
up.
But that's never the case, and that's never what's measured in the occlusions, like where it's consistent. There's a couple where it's like coincidental that we saw, or gets down to like a couple arc seconds. But like all the other ones, and then even referencing, if you were to reference the what do you call it, the apparent position to
Terrestrial
add on to
refraction.
that, yeah, that wouldn't even line up either. It would have already been included, etc. Like it just there's no or later there's no consistency to it. So yeah, it's interesting that you point that out about that relationship, because this one was actually below the below the actual globe relative to the observable.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest problem with it, right? Like when I found out that you can use the 2-part layered refraction correction, like you do the local refraction, terrestrial refraction, Snell's law, like you do that, count for temperature and pressure and everything, and you get the correction for that, and then you take the resultant angle from that and plug it into the celestial refraction formula, like in Jesse's very first simulator, and you get, within plus or minus 1 arc minute of every star observation. When I
Yeah,
saw
that was
that,
that was crazy.
yeah, when I saw that, I was like, hold on a second, like, what are they actually doing here? Because like I love physics. I'm like, I know how like refraction works, like regular refraction, right? You just pop and swap the variables, man, and it makes sense. But we go dig into celestial refraction and its history, and how why they needed like a way to account for sub 10 degree stars not following this relationship as we've been talking about. And it's like, well, where did the actual corrections themselves come from? Like, how did they come up with the correct corrections, right? Like, what did they do? And as it turns out, right, like we found out that they just did a whole bunch of measurements, recorded a bunch of data, plotted their data, right, and then made a curve, just kind of like we did, but their curve is showing this deviation, right, which Alan has one right there where the points don't match the blue line. And then they quantified how much those points didn't match the blue line and turned that into a curve fit with a quadratic, and that quadratic became the plug and chug correction formula that you just plug your angle in without any physical variables. And it's actually like a complex polynomial with two quadratics. Uh, like a theta angle squared and a theta angle, and then plus something up top and same thing down bottom. And it's just like, man, this is literally just a quantification of their error that they're just dividing back out in order to get it to match what it should be, quote unquote. And
To
I mean,
keep the
kudos to you for
consistency.
quantifying it, but that's that's not a real physical phenomenon. Physical phenomena are characterized by general solutions. Um,
I mean that sort of thing happens a lot in sciences as you go digging. Like it sounds bad to people who haven't looked at it a lot, but that kind of adjustment is all over the place because
Oh, we
you
know.
know, like including in sciences that nobody's going to argue with. Like you talk about, science of how a car works or stuff, you'll see that all over the place. I can't think of examples offhand, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them before. Like it's everywhere because that's sometimes the easiest way to do things.
well, there's one. I mean, it's one thing to do empirical fits when you're just trying to like quantify a system. Right, that's one thing. And if that's all you're doing is quantifying a system to make something work, then fine, right? Like that's a very easy and good way to do it, right? That's a very practical way to do it. Everybody does that. But when you're actually
Yeah.
trying to explain the origin of a phenomenon, right, that doesn't actually serve you any. That doesn't demonstrate any causal relationship. It doesn't serve the purpose for that. And I mean, to give you by way of analogy or comparison, right? I could say, like, if we were to do that same process, like Alan has this chart with all the, the raw angles with the atmosphere off and all the arctan rise over runs, and ours have deviations too. Our deviations are smaller than the glob, but everybody's still off. The closer we get to the horizon, everybody gets off, right? If we were to just do that same exact thing, take a curve fit, and then say, "Oh, look, our points don't match the blue line. Let's spit out a complex,
Flat fit.
a complex polynomial, a quadratic numeral or quadratic numerator
Honestly,
denominator, and plug it in that way, and just do a correction factor and make it a flat correction. It'd be a flat celestial correction. You could do that same thing. You could do it with anything. You could do that with anything.
honestly, you can, and I would like to see you guys do it because, frankly, the thing about flat Earth is that it's not any one observation can be fit into a flat Earth model by changing what the model is. The more you guys do math, the more the math is going to be inconsistent with reality because the different things can't all fit together. You can put one thing into a flat Earth map, two things sometimes, but you can't put all the observations we have, everything together. So the more you guys do this math, like, yes, please come up with these corrections, build these formulas, give us something concrete to sink our teeth into, because that's when the contradictions are going to appear. As long as everything stays fuzzy, everything stays, oh, well, maybe it works a bit like this, then I can't prove maybe it works a bit like this wrong very easily. But you give me a mathematical formula, and yeah, I can bite into that and spit it out.
Globe is wrong. Give me an answer to everything.
Pretty much the globe is the answer to everything in terms of
Yikes.
anything related to it. Anything related. Like, obviously, it doesn't get an answer, God or, whether my car looks better in red or blue, but in terms of
Can I say something?
how this celestial works, yeah. On it.
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to say thank you, Alan, for talking with me. I do really appreciate that. It feels to me like the celestial theodolite, it's like flat Earth needs something that isn't thwarted by globe assumptions to really be convincing. Does that make sense?
Nope. We can definitely externally test an internally consistent model using this. And we can derive the same angular offsets based on positions of the stars alone rather than positions of the ground. So no, I reject your conclusion.
So you don't think it would be better if flat Earth had a way to prove flat Earth that didn't appeal to globe assumptions?
Appealing to globe assumptions are you talking about testing the globe to see if their assumptions are true? Like, what you're saying is preposterous. You're
No,
saying
I'm
don't
talking
test
about
our model and come up with a flat Earth exclusive thing. Okay.
No,
So no.
I'm talking
No.
about the extra 1,800 feet for North Peak. The answer
Well,
was globe
we
assumptions
already
in
went
Solare.
over that. Yeah, we already went over that relationship. And even if the Earth were a globe, those differences would be reversed, and they would show that the Earth is a globe. So this still works just fine. There's actually nothing wrong with it at all. You're trying to get like some idealized perfect system out of it that would require much more accurate relationships to the true positions of the stars, and that's something that nobody can really know. The model is based off of assuming a linear relationship to them that isn't true. We could definitely test to see if that's true, and using the null hypothesis methodology, right? The Earth's either flat or it's globe. If it's a globe, these intersection differences are going to be closer because that's going to be the cause of the occlusion. Never is, never once. So we can perfectly do what we're doing and make a conclusion from it very easily. I wouldn't say what you're saying at all.
I did have a question about the null hypothesis. Is it true that the null hypothesis is that Earth is flat?
The hypothesis is that the Earth is a globe, and the null hypothesis is that the Earth is flat. You could swap them to your liking.
Right, and our goal here is to refute the null hypothesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how much non-flatness would the celestial theodolite angle have to show in order to refute the null hypothesis, or is it irrefutable, like unfalsifiable?
No, as I said earlier, if these air offsets were reversed, the Earth would be a globe. It would be the direct implication. The null hypothesis would be falsified if the airs were reversed. It would be so goddamn conclusive, I would be here arguing against all the flat earthers.
Yeah, like if Glob was closer on all of them instead of Fe, then he would say, "Oh, well, I guess the null hypothesis is refuted because every single measurement we take is closer to cell sphere."
Actually, most of them are closer to the globe
No, using a different
when
methodology for analysis,
yes
dude.
when
So if you're an honest person, when you go to interject and say that the globe's closer, make sure you clarify that you're not doing the celestial theodolite and you're now introducing a different method. That would be super dope.
well it is odd that you have to introduce a different method for your H13.
What?
I
H13
don't
is
know.
based off of the observer's
We're
location
not
at
gonna
the
go over
time
it
of
again.
occlusion. We went over that with the French doing the exact same thing. So you can't just keep doing this like, I'm going to circle back to this thing, pretend I didn't understand when we went over it over and over again. We could just wrap up the conversation and be good instead of you trying to get some weird last word as if you didn't hear the explanation to these differences and what they are and how they relate to the globe. You're just going to gloss over all that, call that a straw man and shit. That's a really sophistry, dog shit way to argue. None of what you said regarding that actually changes the occlusion differences. You asked me directly if our method was falsifiable and could falsify it. I said yeah, and explained how. You just changed the subject to a different thing to start talking about a different comparison.
Well,
When there's
I
no relationship shown to the refracted position and the gamma, the half gamma air. So your hypothesis is invalid. You should null hypothesis what you're saying first before asserting it and see if it actually holds true. Because we've already done this. We've been doing it for 36 weeks now. So let's have a good night and call it, it was a good run. We had a great conversation.
I
thank
think
you,
it was
Alan.
edifying for most of the people in here. They're still listening intently.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you guys to chat, so this was a good convo. Thank you, everyone.
Alan,
Yep.
good shit, bro.
NP.
You already ended your stream and stuff, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Actually, quick question about the fact there's been dozens of these. Are the old ones archived somewhere? Like, are they? Where would I go to look for those? If I'm curious.
Sorry, say that
Alan's
again.
channel.
Oh yeah, that would make
Sorry.
sense. Okay.
What was the question?
Where
Oh,
the
I was just
archived
wondering
ones?
where the old ones were archived, but your YouTube
Oh,
channel would be
oh.
the obvious place. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I have a YouTube playlist called Celestial Theodolite.
Okay.
Yep. All right, lads. I'm gonna head off now.
Oh, running away.
And here comes Ruhiv to shit on the whole thing. That's so funny.
Oh, no.
You did good, Alan. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Jesse asked me to drop some bombs.
You dude, you gotta go drop some turds, bro. You just ate. You're all lethargic. You're not ready to debate.
Someone was saying that, was it Piso? That celestial refraction is kind of just reverse engineered or something.
Love how you can't even get anyone's argument correct.
Well, I wasn't here. Please repeat the argument.
He wasn't here, but the other guy was running.
Basically, that it was form fit to what we see, assuming Earth is a globe, or something along that line. The gist of it was that there's no physical, physics based reason or basis for the formula for a celestial or astronomic refraction.
Okay,
There's not general solution specifically.
I've ray traced it. Yeah, Bull Knight. I've ray traced it incrementally through the International Standard Atmosphere to basically replicate the refraction tables. That's quite a good match.
Yeah, I think the
That's
contention would be that, well, that's not how they initially figured it out. So not then you're just affirming the consequence.
I drew a
now we have-
bullseye around my arrow, guys.
But we have we have measurements now of temperature, pressure, and humidity going up pretty
Oh, I know.
high.
Yeah.
So, and we can recreate all of those temperature, pressure, humidity conditions in a chamber, in the lab, and measure the speed of light in those conditions. So we know the speed of light at elevations from sea level to, how high do those balloons go?
The rockets go 10,000 feet.
120,000 feet, but I
Or
cut
10,000.
the atmosphere off
Or
at
10
50
kilometers.
kilometers. Sorry. Yeah,
10
I
kilometers.
assumed the ray. I assume the rays left the atmosphere at 50 kilometers.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty thin by then.
Swear to God, if you post that
No.
1972 graph of those balloons,
What? I
Would
could.
say be
it's just weird. It's like weird.
Rue, if you post the graph, if you post the graphs, you're off the island.
No. I'm
Which
sending
island?
him to
Do I
Jen's
want to be off the
island.
island?
I'm sending him to Jen's
Yeah.
island, Geo.
Gee.
Oh God, no.
But is the claim that it's not empirically based? Because that would be an incorrect claim.
I believe the claim was made.
Okay.
Seems to me the proof is in the pudding, right? You have stellarium, which uses those refraction tables and gives results that agree with what we see.
True, but whether they were reverse engineered, I think, is the question. And maybe
Well,
they
I
were
mean-
originally. Yeah.
Right, but
Kind of
ultimately, I mean, the thing I guess I always get frustrated with in these discussions is that stellar occlusions happen at the time we see them happen, when the star is at the same elevation in the sky as the peak is. And stellarium tells you what that elevation is. However it does it reliably. We know that. And all we have to do is ask, is that elevation that stellarium tells you for the visual star the same as the globe Earth calculated elevation of the peak or the flat Earth elevation? Forget about this celestial theodolite. All you have to do is do what the celestial theodolite was intended to do, use stars to answer the question. And all you need to do is ask what the elevation of the star was at the time you saw it at the same place as the peak.
Yep. And the other question, for a peak that is allegedly at 2 degrees 31 minutes, I'm yet to see an explanation of why we see it at 219 or 218 or whatever they measured it at.
Yep.
Oh, what was your question?
Like, what is the path of light, Jesse, to
Oh.
make a 231 peak appear at 218 or 219?
Oh,
I
so-
asked Alan that once, and his answer was something like, well, that doesn't tell the two models apart. Both models call for something. It sounded pretty hand wavy. Yeah, like basically the whole reason why the celestial theodolite is what it is because that's the argument they can make to come up with a flat Earth side. It isn't like it's, there's 100 arguments you could make that could be like this, and they just pick the one that seemed to work best.
So they need, like 13 minutes of upward refraction.
Was this like an after hours coat party or something?
Well, the guy just
Well, I
looked
got
at
the
it
during the
works
live
the
stream,
best.
so, yeah.
He's saying that it works the best, right?
Triggered. Look at them all jump.
the cope train is on the way. We will all be well supplied. We're just chilling till it arrives.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean,
Yeah,
why don't they go to from one of their houses get a stellar occlusion against Everest? Like that would really prove that it's flat, right? But they live in Colorado for some strange reason. That's the Everest on the horizon. Can't understand why that is.
I just put a diagram in the chat, which I think is exactly to Ruhiv's point. Makes that point.
1 sec. Let me have a look. Oh, scroll down. Jeez. Yeah. It's not quite my point. I get your point though. Like if that is if it is 231 at the peak, why isn't it 231 at the observer?
Oh, I think we got an answer to that today.
Did we? All right.
If I understand correctly, the reason is that there are some globe assumptions built into Stellarium that cause it to give the angle that doesn't actually exactly match the mountain peak, because it's changing that angle based on some globe assumptions that's built into it.
There are, then that comes back to the argument of why are they using Stellarium in the first place if it's based on a globe, which it is.
Well, because it's accurate. If it's based on a globe and it's accurate, then that must mean the Earth's flat, right?
Yeah, somehow. I'm sure they'll make up some shit and make a overly convoluted spreadsheet to prove it.
So,
although honestly, I don't want to rag on too much for the spreadsheet, because let's be honest here. Have you seen any other flat earthers, like post TFE, any other flat earthers anywhere who bothered to make a spreadsheet? I haven't. So like Alan is top of the barrel as far as I'm concerned. It's a barrel that's deep underwater, but he's at the top because he's actually giving us numbers. Nobody else does.
I think it's intentionally obfuscationary, if that's a word. I don't think any other flat earther understands it.
Maybe, but at the same time, I mean, he gives legit globe results. He pretends that they aren't valid, but like the numbers that he gives for the globe with refraction look pretty much right to me. So
they are. The globe makes accurate
giving a
predictions.
non-strawman version and then just pretending you can't use it. But like, if he's got accurate globe numbers, his flat Earth numbers seem legit. Like,
yeah, but he'll keep
it's not a
saying
well-designed
the globe
spreadsheet,
predicts a
it's
different
overly
number.
complicated. Yeah, like it's overly complicated, but it's not a bad spreadsheet. It's the same sort of stuff I was doing 10 years ago. Like it's, building good spreadsheets is harder than it looks.
Yeah, but the
So
like I've shown him
him
at least 6 months ago. 6 months ago, I showed him like the globe makes accurate predictions, and he goes, "Oh, you're off doing some bullshit method," and I'm like, "No, yours is the bullshit method." It's bizarre.
Yeah, like as soon as I realized I can just quote his own spreadsheet for why the globe's more accurate, like the whole thing just became funny to me. Like it's all I have to do is say, hey, that thing you added because the globers kept claiming you were strawmanning them, and this was the like non-strawman version of the globe. You notice that's way more accurate than the flat Earth. Yeah, that's the non-strawman version of the globe being better than the flat Earth. QED. Like, aren't we done here? So it's just been hilarious to me ever since I saw that.
Update number 36, I think, says it all. Beating a dead horse.
Yeah, I mean, like, how many actual updates have there been? Like, it's all the same thing every week, which is why I just don't say a lot, because I know it gets repetitive. And I know, like, we've all got some patience to still be here, but I don't want to try everyone's patience too badly. But occasionally I just can't help but interject. It's like, this is just, come on.
What's the worst that can happen? Get muted.
Yeah, like, the worst that can happen is I have to go back to doing something useful with my life. Ugh.
Valid.
So,
did this piezo
in all seriousness, if it's a curve fit the curves. Give us some numbers. Let's look at them. There's a reason why pretty much every flat Earth debate these days starts with the glober saying, "Hey, can you give us a map? Can you give us a model? Can you give us the numbers? Can you give us some predictions? Can you give us anything?" So, by all means, fit your curves, curve your fits, do whatever it takes. Put some actual numbers on the table and let them be disproven, because they're wrong.
Yeah.
But of course, they don't do that anymore.
I see spins here. Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Yo.
How you doing?
Lovely.
Heard you got a knockdown drag out coming up.
I do. Who'd you hear that from?
Little birdie.
Little birdie? I'm trying to think who I've told. Have I told
I think
anyone?
it came. I think
I
they
did tell
posted. I think I think they put out a coming soon. Yeah.
On the
MVD,
YouTube
right?
page?
Speaking of
Mhm.
coming soon, are you guys through with your circle jerk? Can I ask some real questions without being labeled as a flat earther? Is it possible to talk? Because
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I'm being discounted, as a flat earther now, and I can't really get a word in edgewise. So let me just quote Jaron for a minute. Jaron says that at 18 miles where we worked, that clearly that the refraction matched the radius of the Earth. But now he's saying out loud, but God forbid, why wouldn't we do it at 30 and 40? Yet we did. So I'm wondering, are you guys in the same kind of denial he is of the stuff that we still are asking for explanations of? And if I move off of that, like, I'm just surprised. Jaron's become a glober now to the point where he's making up shit. And I'm tripping on that because I'm
Can you
cited
elaborate?
going
I'm
back
not.
a long time ago as thinking that this was a truth movement. So I'm just trying to weed the crap out of it and see what truths were left. And of course, our space and NASA stuff still has some value. So when am I allowed to ask you guys about that stuff? Because I don't like this. I don't like being called a glober by flat earthers and a flat earther by globers.
So what observations
Dan-
are you talking about? This 18-mile thing?
Well, Dan, do you think the Earth is planar, meaning it does not have the curve that they claim it does?
I'm looking to make sure that we understand physics all the way. And I don't think realm is a real word, but I do think that frequency and size counts in the world of realm. So I'm not sure that I can tell you that we haven't analyzed what we've seen. And I don't think that we've exposed the wider spectrum of electromagnetism. I think we're just learning about it because, with this whole maglev and like control of direction, it really changes a lot of things. I think they're hiding space from us to simplify the story. So I can tell you that all the flat earth work we've done is done.
I'm just saying, if you don't think it's a globe, then no one would think you would think it's a globe unless you say it is, or unless that's what you think, right?
I just think that there's truths to talk about instead of speculations or trickery or to discount someone. You got to remember, I tried to correct flat earth a long time ago because I was told. Flat earth wouldn't hear me. I was thrown out essentially because of it. And it's gnarly. It's gnarly to think that we blew the truth out of all this momentum that we had as a truth movement. We blew it out by being bullheaded.
Everyone's kind of on their own in life in a way, even though we're all together on this place we're in.
Well,
But at the end of the day,
Jeremy's reminded me 1,000 times that there is no we. And unfortunately, Flat Earth Army, Flat Earth University, Flat Earth Family, none of that stuff exists.
Well, the we is just all of humanity because that's the we, the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I was trying to prove the Earth to be flat.
That term flat earther has all the kind of connotations, but I mean, the Earth being like stationary and being under the heavens is what all humans are ultimately, even if they have been convinced they think it's a globe or whatever for a temporary. So that's why, but I do know what you mean about if there's people that are speaking out about it, then that could be a we of sorts, but if they choose to, or if that was a thing. But I think when it comes to the internet, when people are not as much in person, now some people have been able to do some stuff in person, but it is kind of I'm not really saying in a negative way, but it almost kind of seems like in a way in life, and even with this, we're all on our own in a way to decipher what the truth is. And if people come together and resonate with certain things, that's one thing, but yeah.
But we all came together to ignore the truth is what we did.
I've never
So
done
it's
that.
like,
If somebody did that, I feel sorry they went on that journey. But no, I mean that's never. There's people that are always trying to attack this, and so they're gonna. There's all kinds of different tactics I think that people bring in that are non-truthful. But I mean, if there's truth is what's leading the way, then that's what it will be for those people involved.
okay, so why can't we
Like,
talk
the
about
truth,
what we
I
were
think they're
right
ignoring
about?
it.
We were right about some things, and we proved some things, and we speculated on other things that still have value. Why aren't we carrying that momentum? Fuck,
We're right.
Larry, Hank. I mean, you know what I mean. Like we had a burning. We put our faith in flat Earth. I mean, we really did.
I think that was kind of a phase one. Makes me think of what you're thinking of. This all may kind of be going in phases, and yeah, I know what you mean at the beginning there. It was more, it had more of a revolutionary, but we're in a different time now, dude. We were in a Uranus Pluto back then, and now we're in a Saturn Neptune. So it's a totally different era that we're in now. That time back then was the Uranus Pluto. That's the same alignment that was from 1960 to 1972. We went through that, like, I guess if you want to say like from 2015, those first several years, it was still Uranus Pluto era. So it was a totally different era. There's still some, I mean, that vibe has still continued, but yeah, I mean, I think back then there was more of the feeling that like the paradigm might change even quicker, you know, whereas now it's like, oh, okay, that was just probably the first decade of like a multi-decade process.
I'm hearing you, but I just want you to know that when I met a flat earth, the last flat earther I met, oh, I think she's here. Where is she? Yeah, that Crizel chick. And I said, hey, where do you get your momentum? Like, what are you doing with the energy? Where do you get, what are you doing with this, And I just got yelled at for being a glober. I mean, I couldn't talk to a flat earther. They wouldn't talk to me. I couldn't ask, hey, what's up? Where do what are you doing? Where do you get your momentum? What are you doing with your momentum? She fucking just railed me that I was a MAGA or whatever the fuck her thing was that she was rattling on about. But I mean, I couldn't talk to a flat earther. If there's one here, I mean, besides Hank, I don't know of any flat earthers anymore.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was just busy.
It's
Can
just,
you ask your question
I mean,
again?
heroic effort from your part. You give a shit. You still give a shit. Don't make you right. You know what I mean? But you came from the heart. It was clear, always.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, totally.
But I don't think I just always, believed in it. I think I was on the fence for a long time, questioning things, which I think everyone should do. Looking at both sides, and I just waited for the arguments to get better, and they did, and went and checked it out for myself. And I don't know. To me, it's kind of like I wanted to hear the debate, and I wanted to see what both sides were saying. So I don't know. Maybe not everybody just, took it on faith.
I swore it had nothing to do with belief, and I was wrong because subconsciously I was driven by it wanting it to be flat Earth. So I ignored my subconscious instead of thinking that I was a true atheist and I didn't believe in stuff. I was wrong. Subconsciously, I was, wanted it to be a flat Earth, and I'm embarrassed that I was not unaware of my subconscious at that time. And now, if it's not about belief, that makes me agnostic. And that's hardly something to stand up on a stump and yell. So that's why I want to go back to the truths, particularly I think they're hiding the sky from us, and I think it's all one story. The stuff they hide and creators, our creator, UFOs, Kennedy, flat earth, it's all one story. They don't tell us what's up. And I think flat earthers did a damn good job of going out and proving it with Nat Geo and stuff. I think, we fought hard to say, hey, be careful, they're not telling you the truth. And that message has been lost. And I'm pissed when they sit around and go, flat earthers don't have shit, flat earthers don't have shit, flat earthers aren't a group. Well, my life is different than that. I got involved in groups of people that were real flat earthers that thought we were going out doing science that somebody gave a shit. And the results are still true. And the premise, particularly the Salton Sea flag, is still a good thing to do. Let's get some Glovers. Let's get some flat earthers. Let's go do it again. But so I don't know what's wrong, why we don't have that victory under our belt still. When I came around, the whole idea was to show your face and to go, yeah, there really are flat earthers. And they really do answer questions, show their face, stand up, go out there, whether it be in the streets or in the media. So I'm still fucking proud of what I did to be a flat earther. I'm really sorry that it was some pathetic joke, you know, and the whole idea is to get rid of anyone that questions anything. I'm sorry I didn't call it out for what it was, but I thought that the truth would shine through, and that's a fallacy. The truth got beat up. It always gets beat up. People get killed over it. They lose their jobs over it, and it costs them their lives. So here I was yelling at everyone, don't be a sheep, don't be a sheep. And in fact, it's the only safe place to be. So I don't got anything against normies, but Globers are still fucking retarded. It's like going down to the lowest thing. It's like if they recognize flat earthers at being like 3 or 4 on a scale, you know, of intelligence, and then they go and sit on the rung above and laugh. Nobody's talking about what we fell into and the peril of religions all around the world. They're all stupid. That's why the space thing is important. And I'd like to talk about why they hide the sky from us. If any of you guys want to shift there, I'll go there. Otherwise, I just cry so much.
Yeah, let's hear it. What about the sky are they hiding?
Fuck, the shuttle used to have an open bay cam in the infrared spectrum. And there's hundreds of recordings till they found out this guy, Martin Stubbs, Martyn, was recording them. And they've been scrambled. The rest of the shuttle program, they got scrambled. And you haven't seen them since. And there's hundreds of anomalies, everything from your airburst to your ice crystals, you know, to UFOs, to fleets, to majorly unknown anomalies that you could talk about for days. But we don't look for some reason. And today, I grew up in flat Earth with people yelling at me to go watch the ISS. And when I do, it's fucking fantastic. So it's, you know, of course, as a flat earther, I'm used to pointing out what's missing, not overwhelmed with what's there. And that missing data set is both looking upward and the full spectrum photography. They look down in the darkness 12 hours a day, and I feel robbed of the information that they could obtain. To further this, they don't show rockets in space. They don't show rocket launches. They're kidding. They're kidding us. They told us this whole time, only flat earthers would want to see the Earth. Only flat earthers would want to see that. Yet they can't show a rocket leaving the Earth, passing anything, and going away. And that's to this day with weekly launches. Think about this. Artemis 1 took off, circled the Earth, took 4 days to go out to circle the moon. It came back in a plasma fireball doing a skip bounce. And nobody has images of that. Now, granted, I did watch from the craft 25 minutes of what they called live, like live footage. This is what I'm saying the whole time. I'm not, I'm asking for real time. And they did show the landing of the Orion. And I swear, I've been watching, all this for a long time thinking, how could those craft land ass first like that with no control surfaces? But they were showing the thrusters and they did some slide slipping. And so my only question is, if it's real, how come it's not spotted from anywhere? And I did have a Glober or a Normie defend that quite well. He said it was over the Pacific and it wasn't visible from anywhere because it was quote unquote during the day. And I'm thinking, well, if it's during the day, it'd be easier to see. Everyone, you could see it, but because you don't have to rely upon the flame to see in the night. But then he said there just happened to be no one out there to see it. But I know the Navy runs chase planes on everything. And I know if some fireball came into the earth, predictably, it'd be worth shooting. So I can't believe they don't hang their ass out of the window of the ISS and shoot anything in real time, because they do shoot stuff that they show in post-production in time lapse that's fascinating. In the meantime, and last but not least, Dish Network used to show the Earth in its entirety, the circle of the Earth, and they used to show the moon cruising around. And people used to call it in as a UFO because the Earth-Moon system is so rare to see. So a private company 25 years ago could show us the Earth in real time, but today there's no interest in it. And that shocks me because that's where I'd expect to see some of these launches in real time. So fuck the media, which is, the issues that we had when we came into this is, censorship and lies. Censorship is still a huge issue. They did it to us and they do it to others, and it's crappy. The American way has turned into a big piece of shit. It's not like it's on paper supposed to be. The liberty and the justice is turned into mafia style running of government. You kill people.
Yeah, the mafia got elected. Yeah, I get it. You talked about hiding the sky. Remember the Lucifer telescope? Like, has anybody ever seen any images from the binocular radar telescope? Anybody seen any data?
No. I showed a time lapse to Professor Parks, and he runs an observatory. And I'm all, Rob, is that the sun or the moon? He goes, I don't know. It turns out that the sun in space from space is so rare to see and so rare to watch. Could you imagine the ISS? They don't pan, they don't tilt, they don't zoom. They never turn and go check out the sun. They never turn and go check out the moon. They never turn and go, oh yeah, here comes Hubble. It's the closest we've been in 3 years. It's like they're fucking brain dead. They don't shoot a rocket launch. This isn't possible. This isn't possible. So I don't care if you call me a flat earther, because we were wrong about an ice wall, and we were silly to think that southern projection would produce one. So yeah, I understand where we were silly, but I'm not being silly now, and I'd like these bored globers to step up and challenge me on something that I've actually said or done. Because they're sitting here gloating when I came on. Oh, Matthew. Matthew Learns is my hero. Matthew is the one that first said, you guys are totally cool. He spent lots of time with us. He just advised me that we might want to be right if we expected to win anything, any brownie points anywhere. And he continued for years to try and communicate with us.
You go downstairs.
No, I hear you, Dan. Yeah, but I mean, it's not a globe, so that's the thing. It does seem like the Gleason's map was like a thing that was kind of sold to people. It was like sold on a silver platter, maybe pun intended.
What do you mean it's not a globe? You're not a flat earther, but it's not a globe.
No, I'm saying the globe was sold to humanity, and then for the flat Earth, with that term flat Earth, that Gleason's map was sold as a little package. So there's like 2 packaged Earth views that I think were sold to us. And then what is the actual Earth? Well, that would be the third option. What is the actual truth? It's not a sphere. It's not a globe. It doesn't have curvature. It doesn't have motion. But that doesn't mean that Gleason's map is, even just because they linked the term flat Earth to that, just because the Earth is planar and stationary, and they took that and used the word flat Earth and then associated certain things, just because some of those things were false that they inserted doesn't mean that the Earth isn't actually planar and stationary.
Wouldn't it be easier for them to prove it just by showing live Earth to us?
And yeah, dude, I know they just draw. I know it's a huge fail. The whole globe, dude. It's like it in terms of the imagery. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, like if it was real, it would just be like, oh yeah, there it is, and we'd see it from so many angles. If it was real.
Anyway, I don't want to bitch too much. Thanks for letting me talk. Ruhif runs away every time now, and now suddenly. Well, McToon, let me give you the list of people who won't talk to me now. McToon's running from me and won't talk to me. Jaren's running from me and won't talk to me. You've already run from me and won't talk to me. I've already ran fucking Witsit off the internet entirely. And I can't take it. There's no truth left in any of these conversations. If anybody wants to talk, I'm available. But all this blah, blah, blah is so like blah, blah, blah. When is anybody going to do anything? Because I've already done it. I've already fought for this. And nobody even cares anymore. Like, we already proved, that we're getting lied to and lied about. We really did. So congratulations for what Flat Earth, real Flat Earth, not fucking liars and fucking charlatans, but the people that thought they'd go out there and test. Poor fucking Travis. You wouldn't believe what fucking Travis did to me. Travis, in all those jillions of hours, just like completely sat there ignoring me in chat while complaining nobody was there, and then just thought I was being facetious. In other words, I can't get alongside any flat earthers. They pull the same shit Jeremy does on me that you've heard for years now. Jeremy dissing me. I'm fucking just putting me aside. Yeah. Does anybody got a topic? That's what Jeremy says, right, when I'm talking. What an asshole. I'm tired of everyone fucking gatekeeping and having nothing to say. It's fucking tiresome. I'm glad to hear you say, Gio, that you feel like a flat earther, because you always say you're not.
I never said the words "I feel like a flat earther," and also Jeremy is probably saying to get a topic because, like, if it's just rambling into like, some kind of drama, he's trying to actually get it on something real.
No, it's just that the things that you call interpersonal relationships are facts that we're not discussing.
I mean, I've never referred to myself as a flat
earther. You dismiss them as interpersonal relationships, and I call them truths. And what you did recently is put your fingers in your ear, say, la, 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 la. You don't want to know. That's what you did to me in October. And you haven't spoken to me since. You absolutely won't respond. So you're sitting there with your fingers in your ear going, la, 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 and I'm bummed because, I don't feel that you mean that. I don't feel that you want to do that. But by you insisting that they're interpersonal relationships, it's the same bullshit Jaren just wrote me. He said, all you ever do is bitch about Karen and bitch about Bob and bitch about David. And it's like, no, I was pointing out where people were lying. Do you understand the difference? Like, if we're being lied to, it's a bummer, it sucks. Like, I don't know what to say. But I never meant to lie to anybody. I don't think I did. And I think I'm clean on my flat earth work, which was let's go look. Let's go see. We got lots of results that still looks that defeats the math. Now I'd like to talk about math. I'd like to talk about magnification and demagnification because I believe it's missing from the formula. That's why we exceed the formula. In the meantime, if I can get through the space thing and infrared, I can get people to come back to Earth, look at the Salton Sea, and look at the obstruction in the infrared spectrum, which is clearly air and not the Earth in the way. It's clearly moving air causing obstruction. All you got to do is look at the desaturated infrared stuff at 18 miles that we did Salton Sea.
You're talking about like when it looks like a blue flame when you're looking over like a hot body of water like Louisiana or somewhere.
Yeah, they
down
call
south
that
like-
scintillation, but also like convection, you know, because the heat's coming off the water and then cold air is rushing down. So there's like this circular convection. The confusion part is right above it, it clears up again. So like you'll get things like reflection, total internal reflection, and you'll get obstruction, and then you'll be able to see beyond it again. And even like Beerman, Jesse, if you remember Beerman, he would talk about how it happens again and again, kind of like when you're looking at miraging on the desert where it looks like there's puddles. It refracts again, then reflects, then refracts, then reflects, and could even step down explaining what we're seeing, but I don't know that.
And what do you think it is that the globe's doing right that caused you to come back?
You're a dick. Apologize to me first. Tell everyone you've been a dick.
When was I a dick?
Always thinking that you're superior and that you're like Mr. I know shit, and you fucking play with retards and think you don't challenge anyone like me. How many days you said you get back to me? 4? 5? 2? How many?
Dan,
you're not going to get back to me. You're another puss. Trust me.
Dan, why did you post that in QOP though? That image.
Post what? We're
That
not in
image
QOps
in
now.
QOP.
What are you talking about?
I know, but it was gross.
What
Now
image?
You're about the girl with
A girl holding a cat.
Yeah, that was half naked. That was weird.
She was fully clothed. You're a sick piece of shit. Look what you're doing. See, this is a Glober move, everyone. This, icy spin, this is why you get blamed for what people like that are doing. Because you like it, you love it, you promote it, you twist, you're doing it. You're not putting him in check now, right? Are you? Are you?
Well, to be fair, I was asking about what you thought the globe had going for it. I'll apologize to you, Dan. I don't know necessarily what I did wrong, but I'll apologize.
It's supporting assholes like that who want to pretend that I'm something that they're afraid of. I get a line of them everywhere I go. Don't you think I'd rather get in a real conversation than have some stupid little person make up an accusation? Dude,
I apologize.
Wesley,
I apologize.
Shut the fuck up. All of you people who do this are sick.
I
Okay?
apologize. I was just asking
you're
why.
sick.
QOP. Okay, that's fine. I apologize, Dan. I didn't mean to.
So I want you to answer the question for me. Why did I do that?
I have no clue.
Well, it was clearly to call attention to the relevant post above that was out of line.
Okay. It's
right?
It's from a different server. We don't need to go over it. So what do you think about all the images of Earth from ISS? You said you wanted images of Earth, but there are thousands out there.
Okay, so let's review what you're saying.
Yep.
Okay. They don't show any portion, they show a portion of the Earth, either forward, backwards, or down, right?
Yep.
They often switch to a fisheye and show that in post-production and run tapes of that, causing confusion for the average person, because when they're told it's live, like I've been told, and to go look, it's not. Now, Rudolph ran away, but he had me go watch Sen, and I taped it, and I could show you. There's glitches even in their recordings, but sure enough, Sen is black 12 hours a day too. Could you imagine the lunacy of looking down into the darkness when you have got a sky platform in your hands? So
Yes,
they
because
don't.
they're always focused on the Earth, and it says in there what it's recording when it's blocked by the sun.
Listen,
by the
will
Earth's
you admit that there's 5 fixed cameras? Front, back, top, bottom, and at the end of the boom.
I don't know how many there are, but I'm just
Okay,
wondering.
so
why
don't talk
just
about it
wondering why-
then.
Hey,
You're
hey,
another
don't talk
fucking
over me.
asshole
Don't
talking
talk
about
over me.
shit you don't fucking know.
Yes,
Don't you think this tires me? Don't you think I get
Holy
tired
cow,
of
calm
people
down. Don't
talking
talk
about
over
shit
me.
they don't fucking know?
Yes, I'm asking you why you don't trust the thousands of photographs that are
I'm
and
telling
have
you
what can.
about.
Hold on, stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. Why don't you trust the thousands of photographs that there are, which says the exact camera and lens it was used, but you, for some reason, want more?
I have your answer, and it has to do with what they show in post production, in what they call time lapse, and what they show in handheld that they don't admit that they could show you otherwise, and NASA doesn't bother to show you at all.
But we've seen thousands of
No,
images.
you haven't seen
Whoa.
what I just talked about.
I
You haven't
understand.
watched it with me. Remember, you said
Can
you
you
get.
stop cutting-
Oh
can
no,
you
I'm
stop
sorry.
cutting me
I confused you
Can
with
you
the
stop
other.
cutting me off, or are you going to continue to cut
No,
me?
no,
Okay.
because
Alright,
you
that's
don't understand
perfect.
what I'm asking for.
But
So
Dad,
therefore,
they
you're
have
going to
pictures
pursue.
of space, Dad.
You're going to pursue a misunderstanding, and you're going to tell me about it
No,
over and over again. So the
But
idea,
Dad,
the
but Dad,
idea
they
is,
took pictures.
the idea is
He wants
real
more
Earth
pictures elect.
in real
He wants more
time.
pictures elect. That's what he wants. So talk
But
like that.
Dad, they took pictures.
That's
The
what he
real
wants.
Earth in real
He wants
time
more pictures. Good job, Alec.
is a real
Pictures from
possibility.
space. Earth globe pictures from space,
Do you
guys.
understand real Earth in real time as a possibility? Whether it's done from the moon, whether it's done from a satellite.
Yeah, I've been asking for Chinese New Year for years.
Of
Like,
course,
I
we
want to
want to
see the
zoom in
4th
and
of
see
July.
upside down ships, right? Of
You
course,
guys
we
want
want
to
to.
see?
Yeah, but you
You
guys
guys want to see the
reject.
4th
You
of July
reject.
from space,
You
right?
reject. You reject
That would
all
be
the
sick,
images
dude.
that
But
there
they
are.
never show us anything of the sort.
Yep. You
Yeah,
are.
if we
You
could see
already
4th of
You
reject
can't
the
July,
see any
like
of the
images that are
rocket
out there.
launchers
as the
from the
Terminator
ISS.
line goes across the
Yeah.
U.S. and the 4th of July would
What
just be
about when
like
the
amazing,
ISS is
right?
No, I
above
didn't.
like a rocket launch? Wouldn't the ISS be
It's
able to see the
weird.
rocket launch?
I
Say it
find it
again,
weird.
Wesley. What? Say it again.
Yeah, I find it weird that they're not taking requests from flat earthers. Don't
Wait,
you?
no. Who was
Okay.
asking about the rocket launch? Was that you, Jesse?
Yo, hey.
Yeah, they don't show rocket launches. That would be way too easy for us to demand. They don't
They
show
don't
that.
show rocket launches.
Yeah, right.
No, dude. Wesley, I want you to shut your mouth and fucking
Hey.
take a list, fucking write this shit down,
Hey,
and
chill,
don't
Dan.
talk
Chill.
about shit you don't understand. Do you understand that? You
Yeah, we're
can't
talking
talk
about
about
the
shit
ISS.
you
This thing
don't know.
circles the Earth every 90 minutes and never captured a rocket launch.
You want the eye? Oh my gosh!
See,
Do you realize what you're asking for?
You're too stupid to talk to, dude. Trust me. You're done.
What about the Kip de Gertis rocket?
Why do you
like the
expect
amateur
the
rocket
ISS
launches?
to be able to take pictures? It's a spacecraft. They can't take pictures.
What an idiot.
The ISS did capture a rocket launch.
Oh, of course.
No, they
I
didn't.
think I saw
And
that
I
too.
don't care who this is. You just have to look at the description to understand what you're pretending you said. Do you hear what I'm saying?
But Dad, they
hear
took
what I'm
pictures
saying?
from space. But Dad, they have thousands of pictures.
Jesse, you're a sweet guy. I want you to see this. This is what it should look like, everyone. Just gather around because this is what it should look like.
Dan, the rocket scientist, is going to show us what it should look like from space or from another ship. Let's see it.
So embarrassing.
Yeah,
so this is from the live bay cam, of course, of the shuttle. And damned if this wasn't reported by this poster, right or wrong, as a UFO. Clearly, it looks like a rocket launch. It probably is, however classified, Russian or otherwise, Chinese or otherwise. This feed called it a UFO. And in fact, this is what we should see weekly. Note that you don't have to be close to it, and you don't have to be too close or too far or any of that, because damned if you can't see half the sky. May I remind everyone, it's always daytime in space. There is no nighttime in space. So wake up, everyone. Let's get real now. And let's look.
He said there's no daytime in space. What?
This is one thing that I've tried to understand, Dan. Because of the way we understand the reason that the sky is blue, at least we've come to understand that it's just because of the light reflecting off of the different elements in our atmosphere, and those elements aren't present in space.
So the fuck what? How
So that's your
not?
answer.
What kind of non-point? Are you a flat earther? What kind of non-point was that? Can you show me a rocket in space? You know, can you admit it should be common? Can you admit that it's kind of fucking weird that they hide the infrared spectrum from us because we'd see shit? Can you fucking get up to speed? Let's talk about Artemis 1, what led to Artemis 1. Let's talk about Artemis 2 and what we should expect. Because the idea of something taking off, leaving Earth, taking people to the moon and coming back is worth photographing. I'm fucking sorry. Okay? It's just the idea that these people don't even try and show
Well,
Artemis 1.
they've got like 56 cameras on there, man.
Dude, you're the asshole. You just tried to tell me that there's rocket launches. Go to work. Post
From
your
the
shit.
ISS.
You've seen it. I've shown it to you.
Fucking
Yeah, I want to see that.
asshole.
That's
There's
an
still,
interesting claim. Can you
it's
show me
not
that?
real time. It's post-production by Riccardo Rossi. There's still cameras. It's a Canon D5. It's 3 frames per second. And it's nothing like what I'm talking about. Fuck off, left lane.
Oh, interesting. So Dan is
He won't
he's
even
showing
post it. He won't
the
even post
footage.
it. He's all,
Yeah,
I've
he's
shown you
showing the
before.
footage that you won't
I've
post
shown
on
you
me.
before. You've shown me things with the description that says it's not a rocket launch. That one?
3 frames per second is not good. Like, you're talking about NASA. These people got the most expensive cameras on Earth. 3 frames per second when filming a rocket launch from the ISS? Suck a dick.
Okay, so you sent me shit from the ground. That was
Oh,
cute.
I think I found it.
You sent me shit from the ground and from the craft. Certainly not what I'm asking. Nice, Spinny. Nice. Certainly irrelevant. You're good. All of your answers are totally irrelevant. I see spin.
That's
Now,
the
what is
biggest.
this?
That's the biggest
MS10?
I've
What is
ever
this,
heard. No,
So-
I'm not interested in the meta discussion, but is this the one you're talking
now
about,
you're
Dan?
sending me MS10 or MS11 from 2018 that is not, it is not at all real time. It's, again, there's MS10. You're sickening. You guys are so sad. You put MS10 and MS11 absolutely in the description. Absolutely in the description. Explains what camera it is, how it's in post-production, and shockingly, it's the same shit where you see the pretty lightning and all that. All post-production. All post-production, no real time. Nice try, boys.
Nice goalpost shift there, Dan. Good
No,
work.
it's exactly what I said. You fucking asswipe. You're fucking weak. I'm sick of you weaklings. Bring it. Bring it, weaklings.
You have evidence?
Yeah, you have evidence for that.
Sick of this.
Yeah, this video that I see Spin posted, dude, you think this is real?
Well,
You're a clown.
It's the same as left
Not
lane.
video. The whole point
It's
is
just
it's nothing in real time. They don't show us
Yeah, I
space in
suggest
real
everybody
time.
watch this video that I see Spin posted so we could all laugh at it. This guy thinks this is real.
What do you
Why
think?
does it? Why do you think it's fake?
Right.
Because there's nothing to compare it to. Now you're getting somewhere. Thank you, because I'm sorry for yelling. You got to the main point. Gio, I'm sorry for yelling. The main point is we don't have enough to compare it to. That's why I'm really excited to compare Artemis 1 to Artemis 2, because it's all current and we could talk about it and we could have expectations. You nailed it though, dude. If you guys would show me some rocket launches I could compare it to, I would feel a lot better. But I only have still frame photography showing it. And that's fucked up.
Yeah, Artemis 2 is supposed to be, you have some kind of new streaming technology where they'll be able to stream high definition live feed.
Well, I could create that in the studio.
From its mission.
See,
So
if you know anyone, whether it's Artemis 1 or 2, that happens to be able to see it, like flaming, by either on the way out, around the moon, or coming back, you let me know, because it shouldn't be all that impossible. The thing
you can see stage 2
4
in
days
this.
there, 4 days back, flew around the moon, burning in a plasma fireball that totally fucked up the goddamn heat shield, so it decayed in a dramatic way, and nobody has images.
Yeah,
Nobody.
Dan, don't forget, you're talking to people that are also convinced to inject themselves with aluminum.
Elect, go to 23 seconds in the
Shut
video
the
I
fuck up,
posted
retard.
that you're laughing at,
Aluminum
and
monkey boy.
watch them do stage 2. Tell me
Aluminum
how that
monkey
doesn't work.
boy.
Great content, Alec, as usual.
Thank you. You
Yeah,
always let me
you're
know how
contributing.
good my content is. Thank you.
There's nobody claiming that those
I don't know about that.
videos you posted are in real time. There's
obviously.
in post production by Ricardo Rossi.
Actually, I don't know. This might be.
If you look at the rest of his work on the Astronauticast thing, you can see this is where the fisheye spacewalk comes from, and this is a lot of his work is common, but it's still frame stuff. It's certainly not real time. It never said it was. So whether it was enhanced or whatever the fuck it is, when you go to their sites, you can see things that NASA never shows you, like constellations. Look, do you see what's in the background of those pictures? Icy Spin. Do you see the stars there? Fucking stars? Since the fuck when? Right? In post-production, they got no problem. In post-production, they got no problem. Constellations, satellites, all kinds of shit. If you use a still frame 35 millimeter, but no, nothing else can do it. And it's like, oh.
Yeah, that's a point I wanted to make earlier. You're mentioning this post-production, you're able to see the stars, but not during any of their actual live feeds.
You know that they've shown stars from Apollo 17, right? You know there's photos
during
of
the ISS.
You know that you're a dipshit defending stuff and not conceding that this is strange, rare, and unusual. That's all you got to do, Icy Spin, is be a man and go, wow, that is unusual. We think we'd find that.
I never said it was unusual.
No, he's not going to address what you're saying.
Not every day you see a video like that.
He's just going to sit there and go, I have other things that are similar. I have a piece of the earth. I have a piece of the earth. Is that good enough? Fuck off.
So you moved from one conspiracy to another. What after you figure out this is real? What are you going to move to next?
That is an excellent question, and I won't rip you for that. That is a dangerous way to think, and you're right. If all I'm doing is running from one thing to another, that would be hard. Because number one, it would be conscious, and it would be disingenuous to go find another church. Unfortunately, that's what people do. They go find another church, and then they go sit in that echo chamber. So I'm trying real hard not to do that, trying real hard to face the music here. That's why I bothered to speak up, because I'm pretty pissed. I listen to you guys chew up idiots, but you don't challenge anything for real.
Well, that was what my question I thought was relevant. Was what is it that the globe is doing different? And I could put forth my thoughts, but apparently they're doing something different than flat Earth that caused you to kind of step away from that for a while. And I'd say that they do agree on a model. Is that how you're thinking, or?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I can talk about how flat earthers became flat earthers, but it's because their faith was available. They didn't have it placed anywhere else. So, like, it was easy. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't have to ditch anything else. They were already